are live. What's up, everybody? It's Judas Drew. Welcome to another episode of the Andrew Blancheski Experience. This is going to be episode 745. It might be 746. I don't even know what episode it is anymore. You miss a day. I was cleaning yesterday. You know, you start cleaning and then you don't stop cleaning. And then you're like, alright, I'm going to be cleaning for a while. And then you're cleaning for a while. But then it's more than a while, you ain't know it. And you're like, alright, now I'm going to go ahead with my day. And then it's like, oh, it's my bedtime. That's what happened yesterday. So, hey, you know, since I was going to be coming in late yesterday and it was a previs stream, I was like, yo, since I'm so late, I'm going to go ahead and just start drawing the comic book instead of working on the previs. And then it was already like 11 p.m. And I was like, alright. Like, I was tired. You know what I mean? Anyways, still looks like a hot mess. I still look like a hot mess. And, what else do we got going on? Yeah, that's it. Comic book day. Let's just draw these comics, right? My bad for coming in late, y'all. I was ironing my shirts. Don't make me iron my shirts on stream. I had like a whole ton of them, and I was like, shh. But it was before the stream, right? So I was like, all right, let me iron these shirts and then I'll get done. And then I ironed these shirts and it was already past stream time, and I was like, all right, let me set up to get ready to go. And then everything just wasn't working. I've been flipping and dipping on everything. A phone, tablets, on my computer, everything. Everything was just like not working. You got to re-log into this. What are you trying to do here? Like, I was like, okay, it's just gonna be one of these days. So either way, welcome to the stream, y'all. I don't know what episode it is, but we're drawing comic books today, and we're gonna pick up where we left off with this one. I'll probably go back and revisit some of these panels when I'm done with the page. You know, I know they're not like done. I kind of just want to go ahead and move forward, right? I did so much cleaning yesterday. I found things that I thought I lost. I love it. I love it when you do. It was like one of those. It was like one of those. Where's my water? I'm all thirsty. Hold on. I'm so thirsty. Alright. Summertime in Florida, yo. Are we awake? Oh yeah, I found some things, and I was like, do I want to share these on stream? I probably shared them on stream like a couple of years ago, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like one of those sort of cleans where you you went through a bunch of old things. I keep pulling this picture up. Man, let me go ahead and share it while I'm in the middle of drawing. So I had this thing that I was working on, and this would have been back, well, I got a date here, 2016. 2016, I finished one of these. It was before a whole lot of things. This is like old style. I'm kind of looking at it like I don't even know if I want to like revisit this. You know what I mean? It's part of the reason why I don't revisit it is just because it's one of those things from the past that I was like, I mean, 2016, what year is it? 2025, 9 years ago. So I started writing. So yeah, this falls under the category of things that I was talking about where I was doing artwork that was leading to nothing. It was just me doing a bunch of like really cool artwork, but it didn't really lead to anything. And check this out though. So this is unfinished. This is when I was still watercolor painting with dollar store watercolors. If you go to the dollar store, your local Dollar Tree, dollar store, whatever, they'll have art supplies there. You know what I mean? Dollar worthy art supplies. And that's where I started getting my watercolors from back when I first started watercoloring. And I was, you know what I mean? It served as a good base. Like I would use it and then use it and then and then naturally I was running out of certain colors more than others. So then I started collecting all these watercolor trays because they come in that, you know what I mean, that the tray format. So it's like a tray with all the little discs in it, and each disc is a color. So I'd be running out of colors, and then I'd have to buy a new one. But then some of the other colors I wasn't like running out of. So then I was getting a collection of all these older colors that I wasn't running out of. They're getting all crusty, dusty, musty. And yeah, so these are dollar store watercolors, and I always use these to serve as a base for my artwork back then, just same way that I do my colors now. But you see me when I paint now, how I'm like using some fancy dancy watercolor pigments, and I'm just like, yo, these things are a little too fancy for me. It's because I came from this, you know what I mean? So we got a little Naruto action going on here, right? And I was always a big fan of like Naruto facing off against Sasuke. So then the Naruto up top is a little unfinished, and the Sasuke is also unfinished. But so this was like a 3-piece picture, and this one I technically finished. I still think it's dope. Like I look at this and I'm just like, oh man, it's so good. Could it be better? Sure. Is it perfect? No. Like that's what I mean. Like I'm like, dang, do I just go in there and touch this up a little bit, just update the date on it? You know what I mean? Just like throw a little sauce on there and then just throw in like a new date on there, cause it's like this is before not Shippuden, but Boruto stuff. I believe, I don't know, 2016, I don't know when Boruto started, like maybe in Japan, the manga, like that started before 2016, but as far as like the anime, Shippuden finishing, and Boruto starting the anime out here in America, I don't know if we were there yet. Let me look that up. Cause yeah, I think this is before Boruto, or before Shippuden finished. And I was kind of like, you know me, I love me some anime, but I was kind of like, yo, I don't want to get involved with another, any more animes like Naruto that are just going to be Dragon Ball Z, that are just going to be like hundreds and hundreds of episodes. Like I got One Piece. I caught up on One Piece. I've been staying good with One Piece to this day. It's like, it's a struggle nowadays. Not even because it's bad. It's great. I love where One Piece is at, but I'm just like, it's hard enough to try to keep a one. It's like I can't do it. I can't do it no more. Let me see. When did Boruto start airing? When did Boruto start airing? And probably like on Toonami or something like that would probably be when no, not Naruto. Come on, Boruto. When did Boruto start airing in the US? Yeah, 2018. So this was 2016. So this was like nearing the end of Shippuden. You know what I mean? I don't know how long the last arc took on Shippuden, the big ninja war, you know, Madara going in there, just, you know what I mean, taking axes to the head and all that other stuff, you know what I mean, the tree ninja first Hokage guy came back, like all that stuff was happening. Like this is probably right around that time that I'm doing this stuff. So I don't know, I kind of remember what I wanted to do with this was do a callback to when Naruto fought Sasuke the first time at the end of the regular Naruto before Shippuden started, when Sasuke had like the hand wings and he was like half demon, he had the Orochi power, whatever that was, like I kind of forget these things, and him and Naruto fought, and they had that great animation team work on that phenomenal animation of Naruto and Sasuke fighting at the two Guardians waterfall, whatever that was. You know what I'm talking about. The end of Naruto when Naruto and Sasuke fought. This was a callback to that, but with their, at the time, 2015, 2016, because this is, well, yeah, 2016, because this is December 6th of 2016. So December 6th of 2016. You know, I finished this one, so that means that it would have, you know what I mean, I would have started it earlier in the year. And so yeah, 2016, Naruto and Sasuke, their power-ups at this point, they're older, you know what I mean, they're all super cool. Like I got Naruto with the frog eyes, with the whiskers coming off of them. I don't even know what these stones are. Did I make that up, or is that something, like, I don't know anymore. I got Sasuke making up hand signs over here. You know what I mean? He got two different eyeballs. I can't even remember if that's a thing anymore. You know what I mean? With the purple eye and the Sharingan, the red Sharingan eye with the purple pain eye. I don't even know. I might have made that one up. I might have been on one. You know what I mean? We're talking about almost 10 years ago. So yeah. This was a callback of like them with their upgraded at that time powers, 2016, and but a callback to the fight from the regular Naruto when he's using the shadow clones and Sasuke's in there. So I'm just doing my own little fan interpretation of Sasuke in his full, what was he called? Uzaru? No, that's Dragon Ball. His full Shusui? No, that's Zoro's sword. Starts with an SH, right? That little purple demon thing that he summons, purple flame demon, that he got from Itachi. Dang. Susanoo. Susanoo. Sus. You know what I mean? We'll just call him Sus. There we go. You know, Sasuke in full sus mode over here. You know what I mean? With a lightning sword, with lightning balls flying around and stuff like that. You know, doing his whole Sasuke thing. And Naruto in his summon the nine-tailed fox form, but also utilizing the shadow clone jutsu. I don't even know if this ever happened in the show. I was just kind of like on one, making some stuff up. But yeah, I might want to touch this one up again, and then if I do that, you know what I mean, I'll definitely finish these two, because yeah, But this is what happens when you start cleaning. You find a whole bunch of old things. Man, I found some stuff. Anyways, but this is cool. Achievements to draw on Patreon if you're interested in commissions. Like, I love all that anime stuff. Even the ones I don't watch or the ones that I don't talk about, all that. Like, I get it. It's cool. It's just like, you know what I mean? Time. You know what I mean? But I'd still love to draw it for you. And, you know what I mean? Kind of do my own thing. And the less I know your show, the less I can really do my own thing with it. Outside of just like, you know what I mean? Being a little artsy-fartsy with stuff. But when I was doing this one, this was me like starting to go ham at the time, back in 2016. And then I started working on the writing project. So this was one of the things that, this is one of the pieces that I left untouched, unfinished. Let me see if I got one, because I found something over here. And I think it would probably be in this pile. I didn't find it, but here. Whole bunch of old artwork. Dang. I got a bunch of signatures from like comic book shows. That's the one I'm looking for. See? So like this one here. I swear I was just cleaning and then I just like come across these things and I was like, oh yeah. So again, November of 2016. So this is again dollar store watercolor paints and a little bit of markers. You know what I mean? This is another one I could really go in and start hammering away at and doing some work on it. You know what I mean? While letting it still live and breathe as is. But this is some Dragon Ball fan art of my own thing. Like, that was something that I was getting into, and this was some of the stuff that led me to wanting to write the project that I wrote. Like, everything that I worked on and everything that led up to me starting streaming again, everything that led up to all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, me doing all that stuff, these were the things that I was doing that was leading up to it. I was just like doing a whole bunch of fan art, but I was also developing my own style. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of what I did was like copy styles of like the things. So if I was drawing Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z stuff, I would draw in Dragon Ball Z style. If I was drawing Naruto stuff, I would draw in the Naruto style. If I was drawing like Guilty Gear stuff, I was drawing in the Guilty Gear style. You know what I mean? It's part of the reason why I have so many different styles that I'm capable of doing, was just because I'm a fan of so many things, and I feel like if I was going to do the artwork of those things, I had to draw it in those styles in order for them to actually be commemorative of those things that I was a fan of, right? And then I started to feel differently because I wasn't a fan of just like animes anymore, or cartoons, comic books, whatever. You know, same thing. If I was drawing Spawn, I was drawing Spawn in the Greg Capullo style. You see what I'm saying? Like name a thing that I was into, I was drawing it in that style. I was essentially copying the brand. You know what I mean? So what I started doing was I started becoming a fan of artists. You know what I mean? I'd already been drawing for like a decade at that point, and it was funny because I had never even thought to be a fan of an artist. I want to say that was probably a side effect of tattooing and comic books. That's when you start to give artists their credit, because tattoo artists, they're the only ones of their kind. You know what I mean? Comic book artists, a comic book, I mean, it could be hot because of the writer, it could be hot because of the artist, it might be hot because of just who it is. Like if it's a Spider-Man book, Spider-Man's always going to sell regardless of who works on it. But you know what I mean. In the tattoo world and in the and in the comic book world, at least for me, it was about the artist. You know what I mean? Like you can go to a tattoo shop all day, but the tattoo shop could be popular, but then all the popular artists could be off, and you have nothing but, like, you know what I mean, the bench team that's operating that day in the tattoo shop, and the team that's sitting on the bench the whole time, like they're not as hot as like the ones that made the shop popular. So it's like, are you still getting that tattoo? No, you're going for the artist, right? So that's what I mean. The tattoo world, artists are what you want. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, when they're getting their first tattoo, maybe perhaps they're just like, I just need somebody to get my tattoo. Like me, when I was a kid and I was starting to hunt for tattoo artists, I was literally just looking for anybody willing to tattoo me. You know what I mean? So that was the that was the thing back then. But once you start actually getting into the tattoos, you care about it and all that other stuff, then it's the artist. So the tattoo world really got me into it, into being into artists, and then the comic book world also helped lend itself to me to you know what I mean, the artist name being alongside the writer. You know, the writer, this artist and this writer teamed up to work on this superhero, blah 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 blah. Like, you know what I mean. So then comic books was another one that was like, the artist got me. Now when it came to like cartoons, who's the artist? Like, yeah, because of the internet, we know like Batman the Animated Series, the Bruce Timm style, like we got that now. But when you're a kid, at least when I was a kid in the 90s growing up watching this, like, yeah, you could recognize the WB DC brand in the animation because it all looked similar, but no one ever said that's the Bruce Timm style. Maybe adults did. Like if you were Kevin Smith, like you would be like, oh yeah, that's the Bruce Timm style. But this is before the internet. Like you didn't have thousands of episodes of Fat Man on Batman to be like, oh yeah, Kevin Smith, this is the Bruce Timm style, so now I'm just a fan and now this is the Bruce. Like it wasn't like that. So like growing up and me wanting to be an animator and being into animation and all that other stuff, like we didn't know the artists. The artists like were the credits, all those names. Like you're not memorizing all that. You're lucky to remember the director. You're lucky to remember the producer. You're lucky to remember anybody else beyond, or I guess the stars and the actors, right? You know what I mean? But you know that it's not the stars and the actors that made the movie. They're just the star. They're the actor. Same thing. So like getting into tattooing and comic books, you know, roughly just a couple of years apart from each other. Funny enough, I got into tattooing first. And I was an artist the entire time, and I still always wanted to be an animator the entire time. What ended up happening when I was working on all these things at this time was like, I mean, here, let me throw another one at y'all. Let me see. You know what I mean? Like something that I was doing. Y'all might recognize this one. Was it Ghostface Luffy, whatever that is? You know what I mean? But Hulkanized with Yakuza tats, like I was on one back then. Another one from November 2016. So what was happening is I started really appreciating artists. Naturally, that led me to really liking the Udon comic artists. That's why I kind of know them and their names. As far as their artist names, you know, Joe Vereen, Chamba, Roboto, you know what I mean? Just keep on naming them, right? You know, getting into artists like Cheeks Galloway, Jim Food One Art, Ashley Wood. I was talking about him recently on a stream. You know what I mean? Like I started getting into artists, which naturally led me to Frazetta, like Frank Frazetta. So then, you know what I mean? Me doing fan art, me realizing of like me doing all the work, the fan art of things that I'm a fan of, but working in the style of those brands per brand, and me developing all those styles. Like me getting into artists, I was never into the idea of copying another artist. Like I would appreciate them, I would like them, they had a great style, I'd love to learn what they did, how they did it, but I also wanted to kind of just figure out my own way of doing things on my own in order to try to capture what it was that they were doing. You know what I mean? Like I'd look at an artist and be like, man, how'd they do that? And then how would I do that? It was a lot of that. And by 2016, all of that culminated to me making fan art, developing a style, doing my own thing. Like this is another one, I would have considered this finished back in the day because I was like on some real grunge, you know what I mean? I'm looking at this now and I'm like, ooh, this is a good base. I could really do something with this one here. And you know what I mean? But that's me looking at this almost a decade later. You know what I mean? But this is what I'm saying. Like I love all that stuff. And all that stuff like led me to appreciating artists, which led me to wanting to do my own stuff. And I knew that if I did my own thing, I would have to have my own thing. Like I could have my own art style and then I could do all this fan art, but it really wouldn't have meant anything. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have meant anything more than what I saw any other artist doing. And you know what I mean? And I'm talking about professionals that work within the industry. So I'm talking about professionals that actually get the license to be able to work on these characters that I'd never get to officially work on, right? And so appreciating artists is what led me to wanting, you know, led me to not finishing something like this, because I was just like, even though this is dope, and I always look at it and I'm always like, yo, you gotta finish it, and I will one day, I'm sure. I mean, all of these, I'm sure. Like looking back on all of these things, you know, some of these are actually kind of already done. Like I can't really do much else with them. You know what I mean? And they're signed by the voice actors. You know what I mean? Like I got like Marceline. I did a convention in Miami, and I got the Marceline voice actress to sign this Marceline little thing that I did to announce my table. You know what I mean? I was at table A7 in that day. But either way, you know what I mean? Vampire kick. Anyways, you know, I got Bulma's voice actress to sign my little quick Bulma sketch that I did. I got some more stuff. Like here's another one. You know what I mean? Steven Universe. When was this one done? Oh, again, August 2016. So you can see how, like, I was as an artist just developing my own style. I'm drawing all these other properties. I'm doing fan art. I'm doing Naruto. I'm doing so, but this started happening because of me being a fan of artists. And I was just like, oh, let me just start doing my own thing instead of redrawing in the style of Bruce Timm, in the style of Akira Toriyama, in the style of, you know what I mean, name that TV show brand or video game brand, you know what I mean? And yeah, when I started working on my own art style, that's what led me to like, well, it really wouldn't mean anything if I didn't make my own thing. You know, you could be an artist with your own style all day and people could love you for it, and you're going to be sitting there drawing other people's properties forever and ever. Nothing wrong with that, you know what I mean, making money. But since I wasn't making money like that, and on an official capacity, I was just like, well, then I got to make my own official capacity. So that's what I did. Like, that's what led me to writing. So I always like looking at these things because they were like the last parts of me that was before I got onto this journey back in 2016. Well, at the end of 2016, right? So going into 2017, that's when I was like, I need to start figuring things out. I found something else, and I just don't know how much I want to show it. You know what I mean? Because I wonder if there's a way for me to show it. Yeah. So I found these super dope, right? Let me show you the insanity. So check this out. I found this. It looks like paraphernalia, right? Look at all that paper. You want to know what all this is? I don't want to show you the notes because this is when I got into this is what all of that led to. You know, when I started writing this story, I had to figure out what it was that I wanted to do, and then I was like, well, I want to do this. I was such a fan of everything. I'm a fan of cartoons, tattooing, comics, graffiti, artists that are working on all these properties. So now I'm into all these properties because I'm into what that artist is doing. Frazetta, Conan, you see what I'm saying? Like all these things started happening. So you could see, like, look at all that paper. Every single one of these pages is, for the most part, full. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of tape in here too, right? Blue tape, not red tape. You know what I mean? A lot of blue tape in my ledger. See what I did there? So that little ball of paper that you just saw, that was literally the first bits of my writing. That's the foundation. That was it. That was like, okay, I got it. Now this is the journey, and now I'm moving forward. And here we are 9 years later, nearly 9 years later, and yeah, here I am working on the first issue. See what I'm saying? 9 years in the making. I work on this stuff all day, every day. That's why I'm always gonna like talk about it. That's why I don't care about being braggadocious about it. It's things like that I don't show y'all, that a lot of people could be ignorant to. You know what I mean? A lot of people could just look at what I'm doing and be like, oh, he's just an artist drawing pictures. It's like, nah, it's a little bit more than that. You know what I mean? That ball of paper, where I used to live, that ball of paper, when it's unfolded, took up the entire floor. You know what I mean? And that was because I didn't have a computer. If you remember, my computer crashed in 2013. We're talking about 2016, 2017. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't have had a computer back in those days. This is when all the YouTubers were gaining popularity. This is when all of, Twitch was being created. This was when all of this online stuff that exists today, that everything that I'm like on and I go on and I plug my socials, like all the socials that I'm on, like everything like that, all that was bubbling while I was doing that. And I didn't have a computer, so I couldn't be a part of the party of like, because trust me, I was already streaming on YouTube. So you better believe, had Twitch came up, had like the ability to multi-stream come up, had the if my PS3 was still working at the time, like you better believe I would have been playing my PlayStation 3 on Twitch on the first years. I would have been still drawing on YouTube. As soon as some sort of multi-stream, OBS, like any of this stuff, like, you know what I mean? I would have been there. I would have been there for all of it. But I had priorities I had to do, and then on top of all of those priorities that I had to do, you know what I mean, student loan debt, jobs, things like that, you know, trying to get my life together. Everything that you do when you're in your 20s, right? Give my art some footing, give my art some grounding, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't even know what I was gonna say, but you know I would have been there. You know I would have been there doing all that, but instead I couldn't do that. So I was developing this story, and those would have been the times, the late 2000 teens and the early 2020s, where I would have been writing, and I was writing and writing and writing. I got through the priorities. Obviously there's always going to be bigger priorities than just like streaming, right? Like this thing, you know what I mean? Or social media, and you know what I mean? Hey, look at me dance. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, obviously there's always like life priorities above that. Just as I'm getting older, like my family's getting older, stuff like that. So like getting all of that stuff in order, and then finally finish, you know, taking those 5 years. I mean, when we're in 2025, I've been streaming since 2021, and I would have started writing, you know, well, if that was 2017, when I was like stopping the drawing, that was when I was really hunkering down on the writing stuff. Then I'm really trying to do the math here of the 5 years of writing and me being 28 years old. But yeah, I really don't feel like doing all that math right now. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I was cleaning yesterday. I ran into all this stuff, and I was just like, oh, right. So yeah, again, G-Mr. Draw on Patreon. I love everything. I love all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I would love to draw anything and everything for you, you know, regardless of what it may be. I mean, do you want a picture of Bulma? Are you that big of a fan of her? Like I am. You know what I'm saying? You a Fire Force fan? You really like Freyrin, however you pronounce that? You know what I mean? Do you like Yakuza Hulk? Maybe you just want me to draw a picture of your favorite podcaster looking all extra funny. Maybe you can get them to sign it so that way you can have an original piece of art with your favorite comedian's signature on it. Who knows? Either way, those are always fun, those little trips down memory lane. Hold on, I gotta look that up real quick. I can't believe I never looked this up. You know, there's so many different types of fighting gloves out there. What? so they are custom. Oh, well then I get to just make them up, I suppose. Look at me just making stuff up as I go along. But, you know what I mean? Hopefully y'all might appreciate that a little bit. You see where my art was at, working with Dollar Tree watercolor paints. That's so funny. Am I tripping? Okay. That's funny. I am tripping. I am tripping. you know, it's part of the reason why on my my Patreon, a part of the documentation is like, and I always push like, you want some fan art. Part of the documentation is like, how do you want this drawn? You know what I mean? It's not because it's like I want people to just to be forced to have to sit there and accept my art style, but sometimes people just want to see something that they haven't seen in the style that of, like, let's say their favorite anime. Because, yeah, I'm down to match styles. You know, because my style may not be what, you know, people are going to be looking for necessarily. They still want something, or they still want to support me, or like I always push. Like, it makes a great gift. So if you want to gift somebody like a picture of their favorite anime character, but you kind of want it in the style of the anime, so that, you know what I mean? Because it makes you more comfortable to hand that over as a gift. Like, boom. Like, you got it. How do I draw this here? Yeah. Let me just go with my originals. My original thing. See, I'm already goofing this up because I got the hands backwards in the beginning. My perspective is all janked at this point. Yeah, let's just redo this whole thing. So yeah. You know, a lot of drawing my own stuff. I also had to learn, you know, because I started so much as an illustrator. I got my degree in animation and all that. so I had like that animator education, but so much of what I had to give myself because I couldn't get the jobs was to give myself the work. And part of the work, you know what I mean, I'm sure you can listen to plenty of interviews of plenty of artists working on like production stuff that, you know what I mean, would be a dream come true for a lot of people. But when you're just one of the cogs in the big machine, you know, the thing that you're working on is may not be the most glamorous part of the most glamorous part, period, right? So I had to learn to give myself those jobs as well. You know, much like drawing this here, drawing a close-up of just some hands, putting something on and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to just draw everything. I can't just draw the cool thing like Goku or Gohan on a dragon. I can't just draw the cool thing of like, you know, Yakuza Hulk pulling out a sword. I can't just draw the cool thing of like Steven Universe, you know, or Watermelon Steven. Still my favorite. I love Watermelon Steven, yeah. You know what I mean? But I had to be able to give myself all the tasks that weren't going to be cool. So I guess that was part of like the writing experience, you know. I kind of like looked at everything that I knew because I was already like into watching like the special features on DVDs and even VHSs, DVDs, Blu-rays. I was always into the special features. So I had already learned at that point, like,
Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6.
there we go. I had already learned like all the jobs, all the positions, everything that needs to be done within a production, and like who does what and everything like that. So once it became like, okay, I'm gonna be taking on all the tasks, that means I gotta be able to do this, I gotta be able to do that, you know what I mean? Let me just draw this first. Yeah, so once I resigned myself to that task, and I was like, you know what, the worst of it's gonna be the writing. Even though, you know what I mean, a lot of people would say like, no, that's the best part of the creation. You're. It was like when you're not a writer and you don't know how to write and can't spell half the things that you that you need to put down on the paper. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? When all you want to do is just sit there and draw. It was like, all right, well, let me give myself something to draw. Here we are. You know what I mean? I couldn't be happier. Honestly, I could not be happier. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it all paid off. Like all that time, all that writing, like I talk about it often, but you know what I mean? I think kind of showing you those pictures that I was, you know, using dollar store paint just because I couldn't afford anything else. You know what I mean? You know what's funny is I still have some of that dollar store paint. I bumped into a whole lot of it last night when I was doing the cleanup. I was like, oh no, check this out. Look, I don't even think these things have been used. Maybe they have been. They look a little dirty. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, maybe I did start to use this one. But yeah, and these were the fancy ones, you know what I mean? They had like extra colors in them. I think the ones I was usually getting, yeah, because I started buying them all, you know what I mean? I was hitting up that Dollar Tree, you know what I mean? I was like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all ain't got no paint today? And then like they started getting the fancy joints. Or maybe it was just from a different dollar store, who knows? But yeah. Check that out. I was looking at these like, ooh, they fancy. They got like 3 different greens in here. You know, a couple of blues. Like, oh, this is nice. I'm not gonna run into any problems with here. Like, they got a gray. I'm still actually kind of surprised they have a gray dollar, the gray dollar store watercolor paint. But yeah, like, yeah, because this one doesn't have the plastic wrap on them. I found a couple of them that have the plastic wrap on it still. So I was like, damn, I ain't even opened these yet. But yeah, the original ones was like, you know what I mean, the regular 8-pack or 12-pack of Crayola colors. Just had like one of each main color and you just had to make them work. I remember when I started getting these, I was impressed. I was like, oh. Now look at me. I'm with some high-end pigment paints. I don't even and I'm still trying to learn how to appreciate them, you know? not even dark yet. It's not even dark yet. Dang. A little bit of revengeance in there. You know, for no reason at all. I'm watching a whole lot of the Metal Gear Rex versus Metal Gear Ray in the Metal Gear 4. That's got to be one of my favorite video game moments. You know, one that I played. I know I don't play games anymore, but you know what I mean. That was one I was there for. Multiple playthroughs. I love that part. I always looked at that thing, and I forgot that they had the first person view option, so that way you could feel the camera was inside the mech. You know what I mean? Fighting against whatever. I forget if there was like a toggle between first and third person while you're operating Rex as a old Snake. But yeah, I just, that's one of my favorite fights. It always brought me back to that one game. I believe it was Techromancer. But now I'm starting to think it wasn't, because I was looking up a whole lot of Techromancer. It's a Dreamcast game. It was like something similar to like a sequel to Cyberbots. You know what I mean? The Capcom robot fighting game. So it was Cyberbots and then Techromancer when they went 3D. Now, I could be wrong about this. Techromancer, when I looked it up, it was like a 2.5D. Like the robots were, you know, one side of the screen, the other side of the screen, they were facing each other, and then they fought this way. You know what I mean? Like a regular fighting game. My memory might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Techromancer had the option where the camera was over the shoulder, and you were behind your mech, and you were operating, and you were able to like side dash and side slide, and all that other stuff. And then your opponent was in front of you, whether they were close or way off in the distance. So I can't even remember if that was Techromancer or not, but I used to play this mech game I thought was Techromancer until I looked it up, and I was like, wait a second, these camera angles don't look the same. But yeah, you were able to like strafe and then shoot missiles, you know what I mean? And then yeah, you had like the lightning sword and all that other stuff for melee combat, whatever. But yeah, Rex versus Ray fight. is the best, and it just brought me back to playing that game. May or may not be Techromancer, and I was just like, this is where it needs to go. I remember when what was it, just like last year, a couple years ago, Armor Core 6, Armor Core 4. I think it's Armor Core 4. Either way, the Armor Core, the latest one that came out. I remember when that came out. That one also brought me back to that game. But I didn't get to play that one. So that one had, like, you know, the side straight thing. You could fight on foot. Then it had all, just like Cyberbots, it had all the different like leg styles. So you had like regular legs. You had the tank tread track legs, and then you had flying legs. So you had like the rocket boosters on so that way you couldn't land or anything like that. Or yeah, they also had like the spider legs and all that other stuff. Cyberbots had all that stuff. Armor Core has all that stuff. But the Metal Gear and Metal Gear Rex versus Metal Gear Ray, I've been watching it all day. I love it. One of my favorite parts of that entire game, just because the mechanics, and I mean the story and the gameplay and everything that led up to it. It's such a break from everything else that you're doing in the game also. You know what I mean? Like, you play the game and it's all, you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but it's all mostly like Metal Gear stuff. And now you're in a mech, and now you're doing like you're fighting in a mech control, whatever. So cool. But it's funny because you're like old Snake, and you're fighting in the old Metal Gear Rex, and then you've been chasing down Ocelot this whole game. He's running around like he's like the Joker throughout the entire game, or he's like Loki, you know what I mean? And he pulls up on you with a brand spanking new Metal Gear Ray, and now you got this old clunky Rex with the old man operating it, and then you got, you know what I mean, Ocelot with all this little boyish energy operating Metal Gear Ray, just zipping and dipping around you, jumping higher than you, just doing everything more than than Metal Gear Rex can do. Oh, they're only showing the cinematic, they're not. Yeah, I put on a bunch of I just put a bunch of them on, whoever's playthroughs. I guess this person skipped the gameplay part, which is the best part. Why would you skip that? And just showed the cinematics, whatever. But yeah, one of my favorite parts of the game was just because it's so good. It's so good every time. It's so cool. And then I remember when I was playing that, I was just like, yo, Techromancer's gotta come back, or whatever that game was that I saw. But that over the shoulder, now Armor Core has it, and I think Armor Core also has, maybe they have the battle system, maybe they have like online play where you could take your mech. I don't know if it's just like a 3-on-3 team thing. Again, I didn't play the game, so I'm not that familiar with it. But yeah, I remember when that game came out, I was just like, oh, they're gonna do it. And it's similar, but also not. There's so much space in Armor Core, the recent one. And I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything like that. It's just part of what makes Rex vs. Ray such a good fight scene, or just a fight arena, is the how claustrophobic it is with all the buildings around. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to like kinda, you could destroy the buildings, yeah, but you can't just like completely wreck a building in a single shot. Like, you're destroying little things here and there, maybe. You're crashing into things, you're damaging your own unit, I believe, while you're crashing into them. When you're Rex vs. Ray is what I'm talking about. like that claustrophobic feel, and your enemy hiding behind a building, and then now you got to go and chase them around the building, or they jump on top of the building, and now you're like, oh crap, I'm on the ground. Now you know what I mean? Like you're in the kill pit. Like there's so much happening in that game that Armored Core didn't bring to the table, and that's something I would love to see in a mech fighting game. I'm sure there's all, you know, Armored Core has all sorts of different whatevers, but I feel like they're all really open arenas. You know, I had a hard time like even identifying all of the environments in Armored Core. The recent one with like, oh, that's a building, that's an office building, or those are streets and those are street lights. Like I had a hard time identifying the environments. Like it all just seemed like really wide and spacious, and yeah, there was definitely environments, but they seemed like mini play sets compared to the mechs themselves. So that way the mechs can really just, you know what I mean, traverse around them willy-nilly pretty easily. And it's like what I like about this Rex and Ray is like kind of, you know, the hunt and the chase and the not being able to see, and you can't see, but you know what I mean, just I don't even know, 100 yards in front of you, maybe a few hundred yards in front of you, and you know what I mean, and your enemy is like dodging behind stuff. Like the environment got in the way of the fight, and it was destructible. You know, you're shooting missiles, you miss, but you blew something up. You know what I mean? So at least there's something happening, and it adds to that like chaotic nature that comes with, you know what I mean? Like I feel like these mech battles, Gundam, all the Gundam shows, they're all very politically driven. You know, they're all about politics and war and stuff like that, and you know, the cost of war, but you always see it from like the government side of like the leaders, and then the people doing the battling, and then you know, some of the civilians, but the civilians you see aren't really like the on the ground civilians. Are more like, you know, a little bit more high class, upper echelon, like a part of the government type of civilians, things like that. But I feel like one of the side effects of all that type of warfare is with all these big machines, and they don't even have to be bigger than buildings and all that other stuff, like just like Rex versus Ray, they're in the, you know what I mean, they're in the streets, they're too big for the streets, they're cumbersome, it's claustrophobic, you know what I mean, the building's bigger than the mech, and the mech has to go around the building, or else, you know what I mean, it could damage the building, but it'll damage itself along with the building. I didn't get that feeling with the Armored Core stuff. Like, you know what I mean, you're just zipping and dipping and then jump over a building, big whoop, now you're flying, you got rockets to propel yourself, you don't have to worry about anything. And it's like, man, there's like that, there's that little bit of like nah, you not that you want to destroy buildings and stuff like that, but as far as like gameplay goes and fun, and you have like, you know what I mean, two mechs going at it in the middle of something, like, yeah, you kind of want a destructible environment, and you kind of want to like kind of navigate around this destructible environment while the environment itself is getting destroyed with every missile that you miss your target with, every time, you know what I mean, you sideswipe, but you didn't see that there was something right there, and that boom, you just wrecked through a street sign, or you know, a whatever, a highway directory sign, or you tripped over a bridge, you know what I mean, now you wrecked a bridge and your mech is stumbling. Like, I always like Rex vs. Ray, one of my favorite things in gaming, you know what I mean. And when I played it, I was just like, this is where they're going. I've seen all the other mech games, the Mech Warrior and stuff like that. They're all like, you're a mech, you're in the war, you're doing a war, it's an open vista, like you're out in the middle of the desert fighting, you know what I mean, maybe there's a base out there. It's all so warlike. What's happening with Rex vs. Ray is like this one-on-one battle of these two guys, you know what I mean, you got Old Snake and Liquid Ocelot, and they are just they are just messing things up. Missiles, automatic rounds, like, you know what I mean? they're charging at each other. You know, they can bite down and melee that way. They got a little bit of grappling effects. You know, there's so much chaos and destruction, and the battle arena is tiny. It's so small compared to, like, you know what I mean, being able to zip and dip and fly around this open, spacious arena. You know what I mean? Like you're destroying your enemy, but at the same time you took out half of the city, type of thing. I think I think that's where, like, mech battle is what it is. Like I think that's what makes mech battle. Anything else is just like any old regular battle. It just happens to be mechs doing it. You know, like I said, in Armored Core, I could barely recognize buildings or cities or streets or anything like that. Like, there were no cars driving around. There's no airplanes. You know what I mean? Like flying by and your mech like accidentally like whacks one. You know, there's no like news anchors trying to capture the footage, and then, you know what I mean, one of your missiles like veers off and hits them. Like there's nothing like that. There's no consequences to the battle. And I feel like that should be something that's a part of what, you know what I mean? That's what all of this Metal Gear stuff is. It's all about there's this escalation of warfare, and it's to show that, you know, these Metal Gears, they're a huge no-no because they're so destructive. You know what I mean? You give a tank legs, and now you have a tank that's able to traverse over many different things, and now it can high jump on top of the building and then shoot a nuke. You know what I mean? It has a railgun. It's gonna launch a nuke, and then it's gonna railgun your entire police force and your National Guard. Like, this is what I mean. Like, these things carry consequences, and Armored Core looked great. It had everything that, you know what I mean, as far as like the mech designs go, and like I said, the leg styles, and I love all that stuff. Like, they put so many stats involved with like how much weight you're carrying and how much you can and can't have, what you can and can't afford. Like everything like that was beautiful. But I didn't feel like there was ever any consequences. Like, all the battles were just like you versus this mech, and it was just like another fighter. Where, you know what I mean, again, at the end of the day, it could have been anything. It didn't have to be mechs. It just happened to be mechs in Armored Core. Where I think where Gundams, where Metal Gear, where all these things kind of draw their power from to really make an impact on the player, on the viewers, on anybody. Like, that's why I can watch this thing on repeat. And plus, I'm watching a bunch of different playthroughs. I'm not watching the same playthrough over and over. I'm watching like 50, 60 different playthroughs of this. So many people have played this game in the past 10 years that it's like I'm getting people's different like play styles at the same time. It's the same battle, but man, is it so good. Is it so good. You know what I mean? When someone's performing a certain action at what time is playing a part in like how this thing plays out. And yeah, when you have all this spacious space that you could just kind of fly and do all these cool things and shoot a million rockets, and you know what I mean, there's no consequences to anything, and the only interactions you get are you, the person that you're reporting to, and the person that you're battling. You know what I mean? Those are the only forms of communication. There's no other communication as far as like, you just blew up a building and now you're, you know what I mean? Now the firefighters are pulling up to put the fire on the building out, you know, on this building that you destroyed, and you're still in the middle of a battle. You know what I mean? Like, you're not really seeing the consequences of the actions of having Metal Gears, Gundams, giant robots. You know what I mean? I mean, it goes right along with everything that I was talking about with Godzilla. And yeah, Godzilla's, but that's more of a kaiju monster thing, while you know, a kaiju monster thing, power out of control, you know, power of God, Godzilla's a living being, it answers to no one, where these mechs and these Gundams, they require pilots. So now you have like this kaiju-esque, this Godzilla-esque type of power in the hands of an individual. And just like Cyberbots, and you have all these characters you get to select from, who are these individuals piloting this machine? And then, you know what I mean, in Cyberbots you get the storyline, you know what I mean, and you're this person, you're that person. There's like, I don't know, 8 different characters at the very least that you could be in that game. And you get a different storyline, and each one of those robots, now all of a sudden they feel like they're somebody. Even though it's a robot, you customized it, you gave it legs, you gave it arms, you gave it a weapon to go along with, you know what I mean? All those things combined, you customized your robot, and now you're this individual piloting this robot. The amount of variety is so attractive. And yeah, Armored Core gave you, I don't even know how much variety, but a lot. You know what I mean? Those FromSoft games and Bluepoint or whoever did all that stuff, they offer you so much variety. It's beautiful. But I never really like do all the watch throughs. I've been watching that game. I'll still watch it to this day. I'll put on a playthrough and just let it rock. Just because I love looking at the robots and, you know what I mean, all that stuff. Even though I don't see like the consequences, I still like it. I still enjoy it. I still think they're great. But Rex vs. Ray, I don't know, man. That is fire. That is fire to me. All the destruction that's happening, that's something that I wish I would have seen in like Armored Core 6 when you see that kind of stuff. Instead it's all extra spacious. You got your enemy boss is shooting like a million rockets coming out. You know what I mean? It looks more like a disco dance-off than it does a, you know, you gotta dodge missiles, more than it is like you got 2 people battling it out for their lives. And they're destroying hundreds and thousands of lives in amongst it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's where the attraction of all this battle goes. But yeah, I've been watching it all day. And once this gets done, I'm gonna watch it again. Like, either way, man, it's about that time. Let me go and do something. I'll be right back. I will be right back. It's almost that time anyways. Thing that I needed to do. thing that I needed to do during the today. Let me. Oh, you don't want to see me while I sip this tea. Hold on. Oh, you don't want to see me while I sip this tea. Hold on. Hold on. You know. So before they get into everything after the fight, when Raiden's in there like holding in, and then like all the relationship. Look at that. Not bad, Joe. I'm checking to see if I have any issues coming up. You know, I'm seeing some network issues happening over here. Again, hacks. Hacks. People messing around with the Wi-Fi products, Bluetooth products. You know, I can't even come in 2 hours late without people messing with my products and giving me a hard time. Like I said, more psychopaths. More psychopaths just looking to rewind the VOD and be like, oh look at us messing with his stream. Go. There it is. Ridiculous. All right.
Ich bin nicht allein, doch fühle mich einsam. Bin 0,0 mit meinen Gefühlen im Einklang. Seh mich nachher folgt, doch fürchte das Scheitern. Ich tanze auf der Party, doch eigentlich würde ich gern heimfahren. Himmel hoch, jauchzen, zu Tode betrübt. Ich hätte gerne Sonne, doch der Mond, der genügt. Nur weil ich über exzellente Strophen verfüge, heißt es lange nicht, dass mein Herz sich nicht wohl anfühlt. Und ich weiß ehrlich selber nicht, woher das kommt. Auch am helllichten Tage sehe ich alles sehr verschwommen, als hätte man mir irgendwann einmal den Kern entnommen. Ich bin zu lang durch dieses tiefschwarze Meer geschwommen. Ich bin psychisch labil, ich fühle mich wie ein Freak. Nicht gegen die Welt, sondern gegen mich selbst fühle ich den Krieg. Ich pack dieses kalte, leere Gefühl nach nem Sieg. Egal, was ich erreichen mag, genügen wird's nie. Doch ich kämpf weiter, mein Herz, mein Weg. Weiser der Selbstzweifler in mir, mein ständiger Begleiter. Doch ich lebe weiter, aufhören ist keine Option. Bekämpfe die eigenen Dämonen und besteige den Thron. Es zieht sich wie roter Faden durch mein Leben. Große Taten, wenig reden, denn der Tod erwartet nämlich jeden. Muss der rohen Angst entgegentreten. Mein Herz rast, Erinnerung schmerzhaft. Doch was mich nicht killt, macht mich stärker. Spür die Kraft in meinem Innern, nenn es Kernkraft. Und die Kraft, die mich runterzieht, Schwerkraft. Atme ein, atme aus. Kein Zurück, nur geradeaus. Die Gaffer stehen am Gartenzaun. Wann zerbricht sein Kartenhaus? Der Tod steigt, nun gefragt, wo die Luft bleibt. Blut, Schweiß und Tränen schimmern leise im Moonlight. Brauch nicht mal eine Sekunde, nur einen Bruchteil. Glaub nicht an gut oder böse, wer ist schon schuldfrei? So fokussiert alles in Slow Motion. Jeder sehen wie Ameisen aus wie von hoch oben. Zerleg sie in Protonen, dreht sie im hohen Bogen durch die Galaxie, weg auf dem Betonboden der Tatsachen. Folgen die Rückschläge, weil so viele dich fallen sehen wollen wie Hyänen. Sie trauen sich nicht zu träumen, rauben dir deine Freude. Sie haben täglich ihr Leben vor Augen, wie sie es vergeuden. Doch nicht mal einen Tag würde ich tauschen mit diesen Leuten. Sie fühlen sich erbärmlicher, auch wenn sie es verleugnen. Lacht ruhig, ich hab einen Traum, der mir was bedeutet. Los Junge, schau mir in die Augen, siehst du sie leuchten? Bling, bling, ich folg meinem Instinkt, so call me the Kingpin. Trag heute in mir innen drin, dein Motto ist los, los, mein Motto ist win, win. Sie nacken mich, kleiner Versager, Trottel und Winzling. Während sie schließen, hab ich weiter trainiert. Schreib auf Papier, alles was im Inneren brodelt, keine Zeit zu verlieren. Bin schon einmal kapiert, weil das Leben dir die Sonnenseite zeigt und wieder irgendeine Scheiße passiert. Auf der Street Fighter in mir will weiter marschieren. Vielleicht werde ich mich hin und wieder auf der langen Reise verirren. Er hat nicht keine Manieren, vielleicht sind sie schöner, größer, reicher, aber im Ich-Sein bietet mir keiner die Stirn. Und ich steh noch nicht am Ende, scheiß aufs Männchen mit der Sense. Sag ihm, cancel deine Pläne, warte ich länger auf Geschenke. Ich steh kurz vor der Wende und sie heben erst die Hände für die lebende Legende. War der Wort, Kagekor, Knabe, man hab mich erbohrt. Rate, habe nirgends dazugehört, Passagier ohne Bordkarte. Ich vertickte Mixtapes aus der Sporttasche. Klick, klick, Papier und Stift wurden zur Mordwaffe. In jeder Fehde steckt ein König und ein Heiligen. Du musst dich entscheiden, bist du heute Löwe oder Steinchen. Werde ich mich von den Zwängen in mir lösen, bis ich frei bin. Oder hör ich auf die Chöre, die nur nirgends an mir zweifeln. Und ja, zu dem Erfolg dazu gehört natürlich Timing. Aber wenn die Chance eintrifft, ja, ich schwöre, dass ich bereit bin. Ich visualisiere, dich kill und attackiere. Mich mit und massakriere und ein Gröle wie ein Viking. Lass die Traumata jetzt los, sie verhöhnten mich, das denke, doch ich löste mich. Ich bin nicht mehr böse, ich verzeih. Nur im Battle bringe ich sie fürchterlich zum Weinen. Wie ein scharfes Katana spürst du, wie die Wörter in dich eindringen. Das ist eine Nachricht an mein früheres Ich. Die Zukunft macht dir große Angst, doch bitte fürchte dich nicht. Jedes ihrer Worte ist Licht und ist eine Bürde für dich. Doch sei dir sicher, dass ihr Licht und bald in Kürze erlischt. Und klar habe ich Angst, der Gedanke daran zu versagen, verkrampft meinen ganzen Verstand. Darum weiß ich nicht lang, denn ich wachse daran. Ich durchbrach dieser Wand und ich starte den Kampf.
my feet. Don't look at my feet. Damn, what's on the next? What's on the next page? Hold on. And then, oh yeah, then I gotta put you somewhere. All right. Okay. Yo, forgive me. Let me look up my notes. Check out the script before I go ahead and draw these next couple of panels. The little kids staring at me through the window. Wait, they just hit my screen with that? Is that what that noise was? Don't make me have to go and talk to these parents, yo. You know, the parents were sitting out there watching. These sound like little kids, like elementary school kids at best. Parents were out there sitting out there watching them like they should be. Then they disappear. You know, these kids is crashing my screen. Oh, what is wrong with these people? What, they think that just because a little kid is a little kid, that makes them exempt from everything? That ain't the way it works, mama. Hold on. Dang, missed it. So hard to try to clap one of these things. Penciling it in, you know what I mean? Let's go ahead. Yo, why can't I get this one? What the fuck? Yo. It's like right there. How is it? How is it? Yo. Oh my god, it's still. I think that was it. Probably not. Are we awake yet? forgot what that looked like. Hold on. There we go.
6. Street Fighter 6.
Yo, Liquid is such a madman when he's running to Outer Haven. Yeah. Oh my god. You couldn't get more 50s villain than that. all of that, huh? It's all of that. I wonder if there's a better way of doing this. I just want to enjoy watching Metal Gear Rex fight Metal Gear Red. I can't even get that. Alright, at least got that going. I know this is a riveting stream. I believe that's the whole purpose of these hats. You know, try to bring a detriment to the stream, right? You know, don't let the artist enter flow state. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. funny. My bad. I'm listening to somebody talk about fitness influencers. That's funny. Yeah, I really need to learn how to quick fast this stuff.
den Krieg nicht packen. Dieses kalte, leere Gefühl nach nem Sieg. Egal, was ich erreichen mag, genügen wird's nie. Doch ich kämpf weiter, mein Herz, mein Weg. Weiser der Selbstzweifler in mir, mein ständiger Begleiter. Doch ich lebe weiter, aufhören ist keine Option. Bekämpfe die eigenen Dämonen und besteige den Thron. Es zieht sich wie roter Faden durch mein Leben. Große Taten, wenig reden, denn der Tod erwartet nämlich jeden. Muss der rohen Angst entgegentreten. Mein Herz rast, Erinnerung schmerzhaft. Doch was mich nicht killt, macht mich stärker. Spür die Kraft in meinem Innern, nenn es Kernkraft. Und die Kraft, die mich runterzieht, Schwerkraft. Atme ein, atme aus. Kein Zurück, nur geradeaus. Die Gaffer stehen am Gartenzaun. Wann zerbricht sein Kartenhaus? Der Druck steigt, Lunge fragt, wo die Luft bleibt. Blut, Schweiß und Tränen schimmern leise im Moonlight. Brauch nicht mal eine Sekunde, nur einen Bruchteil. Glaub nicht an gut oder böse, wer ist schon schuldfrei? So fokussier alles wie Slow Motion. Her sehen wie Ameisen ausgeht von hoch oben. Zerleg sie in Protonen, dreht sie im hohen Bogen durch die Galaxie weg auf dem Betonboden der Tatsachen. Nach einer kurzen Glückssträhne folgen die Rückschläge, weil so viele dich fallen sehen wollen wie Hyänen. Sie trauen sich nicht zu träumen, rauben dir deine Freude. Sie haben tägliche Leben vor Augen, wie sie's vergeuden. Doch nicht mal einen Tag würde ich tauschen mit diesen Leuten. Sie fühlen sich erbärmlicher, auch wenn sie es verleugnen. Lachen ruhig, ich hab einen Traum, der mir was bedeutet. Los, Junge, schau mir in die Augen, siehst du sie leuchten? Bling, bling, ich folg meinem Instinkt, so call me the Kingpin. Grad heute mir innen drin, dein Motto ist los, los, mein Motto ist win, win. Sie nannten mich kleiner Versager, Trottel und Winzling. Während sie schliefen, hab ich weiter trainiert, schreib auf Papier, alles was im Inneren brodelt, keine Zeit zu verlieren. Bin schon einmal kapiert, weil das Leben dir die Sonnenseite zeigt und wieder irgendeine Scheiße passiert. Doch der Street Fighter in mir will weiter marschieren. Vielleicht werde ich mich hin und wieder auf der langen Reise verirren. Er hat nicht keine Manieren, vielleicht sind sie schöner, größer, reicher, aber im Ich-Sein bietet mir keiner die Stirn. Und ich steh noch nicht am Ende, scheiß aufs Männchen mit der Sense. Sag ihm, cancel deine Pläne, wart ich länger auf Geschenke. Ich steh kurz vor der Wende und sie heben erst die Hände für die lebende Legende. War der Wort, Karl Kork, Knabe, man hab mich nach Bordkarte. Habe nirgends dazugehört, Passagier ohne Bordkarte. Ich vertickte Mixtapes aus der Sporttasche. Klick, klick, Papier und Stift wurden zur Mordwaffe. In jeder Seele steckt ein König und ein Viking. Du musst dich entscheiden, bist du heute Löwe oder Schweinchen. Werde ich mich von den Zwängen in mir lösen, bis ich frei bin. Oder hör ich auf die Chöre, die nur nörgeln an mir zweifeln. Und ja, zu dem Erfolg dazugehört natürlich Timing. Aber wenn die Chance eintrifft, ja, ich schwöre, dass ich bereit bin. Ich visualisiere, wie ich kill und attackiere, wie ich mit und massakriere und ein Gröle wie ein Viking. Lass die Traumata jetzt los. Sie verhöhnten mich als Denke, doch ich löste mich. Ich bin nicht mehr böse, ich verzeih ihnen. Nur im Battle bringe ich sie fürchterlich zum Weinen. Wie ein scharfes Katana spürst du, wie die Wörter in dich eindringen. Das ist eine Nachricht an mein früheres Ich. Die Zukunft macht dir große Angst, doch bitte fürchte dich nicht. Jedes ihrer Worte ist schlicht und ist eine Bürde für dich. Doch sei dir sicher, lässt ihr Licht und bald in Kürze erlischt. Und klar habe ich Angst, der Gedanke daran zu versagen, verkrampft meinen ganzen Verstand. Darum warte ich nicht lang, denn ich wachse daran. Ich durchbrach dieser Wand und ich starte den Kampf.
Are we still? No. Reset the whole. Of like streams going well, and then bad set of stream go back to stream, and then bad set of stream go back to streaming like normal, and then streaming like normal, and then what was it, Thursday night? Like none of this would mean anything before all the nonsense. Have nothing better to do. Yeah, here we go. You know, God forbid my stream actually gets likeness. How many gatekeepers. Great 7-8 hour stream of me just straight up doing artwork anymore, right? Back, I guess, when I first started streaming and nobody knew about my channel at all, it was okay to let me just sit there and draw for 8 hours. The affiliate status, now it's like, oh no, don't let them draw for 8 hours. Guys gonna pretend that it's freaking keepers, cool, haters. You know what I mean? The fact that I could draw like this and I do workout streams shirtless, distract them. We're not losers at all. Yo, shout out to Krispy Kreme. Send me all. Don't send 2 people watching me. Oh wow, look. Don't send 2 people watching me. Oh wow, look. 2 people watching me. Oh wow, look. Oh wow, look. not getting what I want. I guess I just gotta freestyle it. I just gotta freestyle it. There we go, you. Alright. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's whatever. Yeah, how much are we actually catching? I didn't even check the camera. Got distracted. Didn't even check the camera. How are we looking? Alright, so we're good there. Where are we at now? Oh geez. Yo, why are we not catching any of this? Don't look at my feet. Don't look at my feet. Alright, where we at? Here. We're kinda seeing it. I don't know. Angles. How'd that song go? Who sang that song talking about angles? Dang, girl, you got your angles right. Light all up in my eye. Light in my eye, dog, and I can't see. Yeah, that's crazy. Krispy Kreme is watching me. Krispy Kreme, you watching me draw dinosaurs? Yeah. You watching me draw birds? Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme. Are you serious? Are you watching me draw dinosaurs? Krispy Kreme. Everybody else, G Mr. Drew on X. Yeah, I draw a lot of stuff, huh? Dang. I draw a lot of stuff. Here we go. Checking out one of my old sketches from April 30th. Not that long ago. What was that, like 2 months? That's what happened. Dang.
Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6.
poor riding tripping out. How's my screen gonna reset like that as I'm finishing the page? Like, it's like someone's trying to clip the page and send it out. You know what I mean? Which reminds me, as always, like what's been happening all week this week with all my streams getting cut in half and cut in thirds, and I should probably go ahead and post that video. See, it's like I gotta stop drawing so I can make a cover and get that first half of the video out, right? Because the string got cut in half. Who knows how many more times it got cut? Alright. Sorry, folks. This is what happens. Can't have one single string. If you noticed yesterday's, well, I didn't stream yesterday, I was super cleaning, but 2 days ago, string got cut into 3 videos, and then the day before that, string got cut in half, and probably the day before that got cut in half as well. You know, what's up with that? I don't see that happening with anybody else. I'm looking at other people's streams. They're going by just great. My internet hasn't done anything but got better. My hardware, software, everything hasn't done anything but got better. So what's with the cutting the streams? What's happening? So what, 30 minutes? So 30 minutes ago, 9:45. let y'all watch me do this. Oh dang, that's actually kind of loud, huh? You can... Let me go ahead and do this. Lumber got his panties in a bunch over there. Like, how you gonna work that hard and then still be angry, Dolph Lundgren? Oh damn. My stream going down completely. What did I even call this one? What did I use? I don't even know what I called this stream. Hold on. Bahamian Grove. Oh my. What is wrong with me? Not to be confused with Bohemian Grove. Bahamian Grove. Oh dang, so this is episode 146, or 746, huh? Oh, okay. Good. I thought I put 745 for a second. Alright. Alright. Only 30 minutes later. Got the first half of the video up. You know what I mean? Share it, tell your friends about it. You know what I mean? Sing and dance. Shake a rainmaker to it, you know what I'm saying? Riveting content. Riveting content. That's so cool. Riding just hanging off the side of Rex like that. Naomi gonna get herself. Oh, they're cutting out the gameplay. Damn. I was gonna say, man, all the gecko units are dropping in from the ceiling. Self-exploding gecko units. Self-destruct, whatever. Dang. Because that means they're not gonna be showing the fight scene either. Nobody look at my feet.
Top of them. Damn, now I'm back up here again. Yo, what's going on? I knew I was missing something.
verschwommen, als hätte man mir irgendwann einmal den Kern entnommen. Ich bin zu lang durch dieses tiefschwarze Meer geschwommen. Ich bin psychisch labil, ich fühle mich wie ein Freak, nicht gegen die Welt, sondern gegen mich selbst fühle ich den Krieg nicht pack. Dieses kalte, leere Gefühl nach nem Sieg, egal was ich erreichen mag, genügen wird's nie, doch ich kämpf weiter, mein Herz, mein Weg, weiß der Selbstzweifler in mir, mein ständiger Begleiter, doch ich lebe weiter. Aufhören ist keine Option, bekämpfe die eigenen Dämonen und besteige den Thron. Es zieht sich wie roter Faden durch mein Leben. Große Taten, wenig reden, denn der Tod erwartet nämlich jeden, muss der hohen Angst entgegentreten. Mein Herz rast, Erinnerung schmerzhaft, doch was mich nicht killt, macht mich stärker. Spür die Kraft in meinem Innern, nenn es Kernkraft, und die Kraft, die mich runterzieht, Schwerkraft. Atme ein, atme aus, kein Zurück, nur geradeaus. Die Gaffer stehen am Gartenzaun, wann zerbricht sein Kartenhaus? Der Druck steigt, nun fragt, wo die Luft bleibt. Blut, Schweiß und Tränen schimmern leise im Moonlight. Braucht nicht mal eine Sekunde, nur einen Bruchteil. Glaub nicht an Gut oder Böse, wer ist schon schuldfrei? So fokussier alles in Slow Motion. Jeder sehen wie Ameisen aus wie von hoch oben. Zerleg sie in Protonen, dreht sie in hohen Bogen durch die Galaxie weg auf dem Betonboden der Tatsachen. Folgen die Rückschläge, weil so viele dich fallen sind, wollen wie Hyänen, sie trauen sich nicht zu träumen, rauben dir deine Freude, sie haben tägliche Leben vor Augen, wie sie's vergeuden, doch nicht mal einen Tag würde ich tauschen mit diesen Leuten, sie fühlen sich erbärmlicher, auch wenn sie es verleugnen, lacht ruhig, ich hab einen Traum, der mir was bedeutet, los Junge, schau mir in die Augen, siehst du sie leuchten, bling bling, ich folg meinem Instinkt, so call me the Kingpin, grad heute mir innen drin, der Motto ist los, los, mein Motto ist win, win. Sie nannten mich kleiner Versager, Trottel und Winzling. Während sie schliefen, habe ich weiter trainiert. Schreib auf Papier, alles was im Inneren brodelt, keine Zeit zu verlieren. Bin schon einmal krepiert, weil das Leben dir die Sonnenseite zeigt und wieder
Oh nein,
irgendeine
you see
Scheiße
my toes.
passiert.
Don't look at my toes.
Will weiter marschieren, vielleicht werde ich mich hin und wieder auf der langen Reise verirren. Er hat nicht keine Manieren, vielleicht sind sie schöner, größer, reicher, aber im Ich-Sein bietet mir keiner die Scheren. Und ich steh noch nicht am Ende, scheiß aufs Männchen mit der Sense. Sag ihm, kennst du deine Pläne, warte ich länger auf Geschenke. Ich steh kurz vor der Wende und sie heben erst die Hände für die lebende Legende. War der wortkarge Chorknabe, man ab mich nach Rohrratte. Habe nirgends dazugehört, Passagier ohne Bordkarte. Ich vertickte Mixtapes aus der Sporttasche. Klick, klick, Papier und Stift wurden zur Mordwaffe. In jeder Fehde steckt ein König und ein Feigling. Du musst dich entscheiden, bist du heute Löwe oder Schweinchen. Werde ich mich von den Zwängen im Erlösen, bis ich frei bin, und erhöhe ich auf die Chöre, die nur nörgeln an mir zweifeln. Und ja, zu dem Erfolg dazu gehört natürlich Timing, aber wenn die Chance eintrifft, ja, ich schwöre, dass ich bereit bin. Ich visualisiere, wie ich kill und attackiere, wie ich schnitt und massakriere und ein Gröle wie ein Viking. Lass die Traumata jetzt los, sie verhöhnten mich als Denke, doch ich löste mich. Ich bin ihnen nicht mehr böse, ich verzeih ihnen. Nur im Battle bringe ich sie fürchterlich zum Weinen. Im Schabskatana sprühst du wie die Wörter in die Stein dringen. Das ist eine Nachricht an mein früheres Ich. Die Zukunft macht dir große Angst, doch bitte fürchte dich nicht. Jedes ihrer Worte ist Licht und ist eine Bürde für dich. Doch sei dir sicher, dass ihr Licht und bald in Kürze erlischt. Und klar habe ich Angst, der Gedanke daran zu versagen, verkrampft meinen ganzen Verstand. Darum warte ich nicht lang, denn ich wachse daran. Ich durchbrach diese Wand und ich starte den Kampf.
Midnight? Yo, my bad. My bad, I did come in a couple hours later anyways. That's so funny. Otacon has a super emotional moment with Naomi, and then like 5 minutes later he's ready to give Snake a full breakdown on how to take on Ray. That man should be like cleaning his glasses or something, sniffling. Should be trying to tune into him, be like, yo, how do I fight Ray? He'll just be crying. He's like, Naomi. I'm like, alright, I got this. You take a back seat, bro. Wow. is going on here? I did. Oh man. I'm back. Okay.
Street Fighter 6.
Check this out. So next week, well, let me move this down there. Next week, here's a little preview to the page. You saw it, I don't know, last week or the week before when I was working on this. And I had to start separating those pages, customize everything. I need to add this panel in to this page. It ultimately ended up being a 12 panel page. I'm wondering if I should even split it up some more. So yeah, before I just jump in and start setting up a 12 panel page that I might not even keep, I'll probably end up splitting this into 2 pages. Which is fitting, you know what I mean? Because then that puts us back on track. You know, adding 1 page, it throws the momentum off. You know what I mean? From like turning a page, whatever. So, adding 2 pages, you know what I mean? That puts us at least on the page turns back where we want to be. But with that part said,
Street Fighter 6.
let's go ahead and do this. Oh, amount of water. I need a refill. Alright. I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thanks for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.on the website. Link is in the bio. Check it out. Links everywhere there. Merch stores, buy all the merch. Patreon post already went up this week. Check out the new posts. Get the comments here. Skip past everything. Just get the comments here. OnlyFans, 50% off. If you're into that whole, you know, fitness, motivation, inspiration, none of that weird stuff. Check it out, 50% off. Outside of that, love y'all. Peace.